feel it? Can you feel it? 3, 2, 1, live. Put this on and hi. Stream started. This is the last, probably last or one, or just one before the final multi-streaming ability here. Still on. I need more. I need you. Call to action. Jump on my website. Check the support channel section on the website. There are quite a few different ways things you can do. Choose your poison. And I'll take a few moments to set up my dashboard background or the backend here. Make sure that stream health is at the level of my are here the usual set benchmark for the quality. And for that reason I take and also for the sake of production workflow here, I'll switch for a moment to the action replay sequences like this and be quiet for a few moments. And for the sake of all you who are already here, this away and share this thingy. Hey, hi. Okay, another promo. Here is the streamer app, the full screen maximized notepad window. You heard it here. And here is the, so this time Blender Day 7. Few lessons go through that. Like yesterday I did the Godot Day 13. I was kind of not too enthusiastic through it, but it was still interesting learning curve. The course that I'm reading from and doing interactively on live is a little bit. So I'm also doing now the audio level checks, so I can adjust my monitoring levels like this, so they're not caught on my mic as I'm not using headphones during this time of day here. And 1, 2, 3. That seems effective, efficient. I just need to pop out few of these things what I have already kicked the live. Unfortunately, while multi-streaming, it's not possible to set up some of these things for some platforms preliminarily before the streaming. It will only allow me to do it when the stream is live. I'm a little bit feeling during this, I don't know, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, but it's actually a whole month, a bit doing dailies, learn-alongs. And also I'll actually explain everything in a few moments. Simple, like a situation report here. The last thing here, grabbing the YouTube. And I need to edit it like this, come on. For the future, I advise myself, and maybe you can take that into consideration. Don't connect with Restream service your platform account, target platform account, because it can't match all the time properly categories. And the way the stream sessions are created, it's maybe not the usual that you do when you just directly streaming. Mike, you want? Yeah. Yeah, Mike is on the seat. Just squeeze Rooney these few of these here. Okay, we got the Twitch thing going here. I won't be extending my restreaming subscription for Restream service, so I'll need to take some time and do experiments until I remake my production. And to achieve similar effect, multi-streaming from my place directly, and also restreaming from somewhere. Oh, this is kick. Okay, the Twitch is on another display. I hope I will live the day when the multi-display management works intuitively or as expected, predictably on Linux and generally on desktops, especially in the dynamic environments. And just drop in the chat note what's going on. Removing that, pinning new one. Yep, pin. Let's remove. And I can hit the stream marker, go here. What do I have? Okay. Interesting. Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is live recording and rehearsal session from Studio Lab at Dailies. That's my place. I'm Eddy, I'm a host that loves you most. Even you. Today, learning along live, and I'll create a standalone episodes from this day segment of a day segmented Blender 7th day in. You're watching Eddy does Internet of Capitalism show. Subject: knowledge. Gift that keeps on giving. And what I need to do to say is that I'll be do one or two more sessions, one more including this one, and then I'll put a pause on it, on the sequence. Need to do a lot of video editing and also visuals, create thumbnails for the articles on website where this content is actually developed further in the written form, and the standalone episodes are published cut down from this long version. And I need one major thing to do is actually start migrating whole production setup to and streaming, actually multi-streaming from locally and in combination with a service, free basic, using free basics, what's available in their plans of service for multi-streaming, and migration to Linux. I'm hoping to settle on a Linux streaming that supports hardware encoders. I have a bit older hardware, so newest, latest OBS versions don't work well for me for the current setup. Actually don't work at all. But I didn't test the performance, the system load, if I would just use the CPU on the same dedicated computer for streaming that's now on Windows. I'm using version OBS 29 that still supports Intel hardware encoder, quick sync for i5 generations of CPU, so it's HD 4006, something like that. When I have a peak. So I'll need to dedicate some time to get that working for us here for the channel. So this on Windows version OBS 1.29 supports graphics 4600, yeah, Intel HD. So that's how this comes to be. this is the video created by that means. That doesn't work until real late now. In version 30 there is a Intel hardware encoder support, but for the later hardware that I don't have, but I hope that my some NVIDIA that I have might work on Linux hardware, because it really takes quite a load off the CPU. So I'll need to do those tests for a while before going further. If you like to support what I do, I invite you to check my website. There is a link on the channel profiles. I run a network of small network of sites. This landing page at edoga.net @edoga.net, and it has the links here towards the main place. Well, actually I call it main place because that's because I mostly dwell there, as I publish written articles there. So it's the Studio Lab. Then I got the dedicated arts digital collectibles, and they look like this. The other two are one is for the creation audience, bit lagging over there in production, in publishing, and the high score for the supporters of the project, Studio Lab project. So this is where I publish articles. This one is learning Godot day by day. I'm building a catalog for it, and I'll do the same for Blender. And here is the collectibles that I've actually created this summer, a series of shrikes from my original old drawing. And now to the meat. So far I'm pretty convinced that everything works in order. Yeah, I'm pretty convinced. Okay, there, I just mute that. Yeah, cool. Nice. I know it's not nice when the host is touching face, so on. But hey, we are all here, you know, like this. So, you come to my home, I'm comfortable here. Have a seat, relax, no stress. Trying to do this efficiently, but without stress, no set time frame, just doing it along and growing and actually making it efficient, and having each time to not in a way show off for, but get a sense of accomplishment. That's the idea. So I drop this down, and here in this display I can close these guys. This is the... Okay, great, I've done it. I need one tab. Close this. So I'll continue using the Blender 2.8 because that's the version of the tutorial that I have. 2.8, very nice. And I'll use the... So I use continuously during past few streams same project file, Blender file. This is the old renderer, we don't need it. This is from the day 6. Here we go. But what I'll do, I'll actually save as... No way. Blender day 8. What's going on here? Let me check the library. I don't mind if I messed up my naming convention here on the Blender files, but I'm curious about the keeping it proper naming convention on the website. So I'll share with you what I'm gonna do. Jump into Twitch video collection. That's my like a cloud storage for video library. So I got Blender day 6, actually 7, that's now. Day 6 Blender. And I got the trimmed down versions, so let's see past broadcasts. Oh, it's Blender day 8. Okay, I didn't, or is this video being cut? So it's 23 November, 22, 23, 36, 36, I didn't put the name. Okay, I got you all. Got it, I got it. As I keep the naming convention as it should be properly, I can actually... Hey, it says here day 8. I'm such a silly guy. I didn't double check. And it crossed my mind, hey, was it 8 or 7? I said, okay, but here it says 7. No, it's 8. I should listen to myself. So do listen to yourself and double check. So if you get the like slight nudge from your subconscious, say take a look, do take a double look and have a in your everyday life that reality check someone somehow implemented. I suggest don't blindly take superficial notions or hints that yeah, I got it, just to cut it down, because along that way you might just there just might be a snowball rolling up to an avalanche, disastrous avalanche. So if I keep the naming convention in order, it won't create confusion later in the production. So I'll trim off these just update the message in chat. Like that. Yeah, day 8, yeah. Pin that. delete it? Can I delete it? Can I clear? Nice. Day 8. Sorry everybody. Got to keep it. This is also. Oh, so is it stress? No, but as I'm live and I try to do this more efficiently. And make use of it. I better stick to some standard format. Now it should be in order. I try to avoid long gaps while talking, but they're sometimes required for the production tools, video production tools in the cloud. They can't handle usually on the single frame level of the video editing. I try to edit very short bites of video, let's say on YouTube or Twitch. It will create, I don't know, weird effects like silent bits, mute bits, or still frames. Blender start, B3D, yeah, this is the site, that's good, love it. And I say, yeah, I'll save as 7. So I got the naming convention, a version as 28, whole number, and I'll continue from this. And as I'm using the zoom tools and switch to full screen, okay, now this is very nice. So first let me see, no, don't click, don't navigate away. I want to just adjust the I want to properly frame this while it is zoomed in. Sorry chat if I don't respond right away during these type of streams. For a few moments I ignored the chat. And there can be moments where there is even a streaming delay up to 8-10 seconds. This zoom level seems good for presentation. Fonts are rendered nicely. Like this. And if I check on the Blender, so I'll zoom out and adjust the Blender size. Move this away. Sorry about that flashing. And I'll squeeze the Blender over here. Wow, it's very long. Around this level. this wide, and I'll make it fit the, and it works well. It's still usable. It's too small on the large display, but when I zoom in, we can work with it a little bit, nudge it down. So I don't need to go too close to the edges, because then it moves the screen, or the content gets scrolled around. So this was the last bit was the last lesson here from this written tutorial, which is actually a docs app in version 2.8. It was a rocket, modeling a rocket. Right now, let's see what's in the flying snowball. As I'm using the same Blender file to keep the project manageable and the scene, I've started using right away the collections here area. Oh, needs to go smaller. So I'm using the collections area here to organize the scene, because I'm not creating for each lesson new file. I'm intentionally filling the same file with content creating through each stream to have a scene populated. So it's not the blend. So I got some my own assets created, reusable, and they're beginning to be more familiar, and that's why I use the scene collection to manage more assets in a single scene. Maybe it's not something it's good. That is the project management side that's not often included in the beginner tutorials, but it's actually, if you're planning doing something more complex, you should start doing it as soon as possible. It is simple, but if we consider the broader aspects of Blender and how complex the 3D projects can be, the tooling, and anyway, as in general with Blender, even the scene collection is in a way related and interacting with the rest of the editor, with the other editors. And that helps me keep the single project growing and growing it. And here I'll just, can I go into edit? I guess if I select the text and say edit mode, I can just, so it edits in a 3D, I can just set here day 8, switch back to object mode, and here say maybe add, I'll click here on the root collection, I'll add a new one, so it will create a child one. So I'll say the title day. I could even change, I guess I could change also change a title, change the element's name in the scene, in the collection, and that makes them even more manageable. I can hide it, can I lock it? Well, that's not that important at the moment. 35 minutes in the stream, okay. So what's gonna be happening here? In this tutorial we'll learn how to animate. Wow, animate, this is good. A snowball hitting the snowman. You will use the timeline to animate the snowball. Not gonna watch the video. Viewport shading to renderer mode. Switch to rendered mode, okay. Timeline. Okay, we'll use the timeline on the bottom of the screen. That's on the default. I think that's the default workspace, the layout workspace. And I might just grab the area's margin and drag it, or the border, so you can see the timeline like that. The numbers above the timeline represent the number of frames. The blue line is the current frame. Okay, with play button we can play. Create a scene. We start with a scene containing trees of cones. You can also use trees of cubes, a house, a snowman with a head and nose, a snowboarder. A snowball animation. To create a snowball animation we need to add keyframes. With keyframes you can tell Blender where the snowball should be at a certain time. So you can say at frame 1 I want the snowball to be at location 8, and at frame 50 I want the snowball to be at location B. So here I should be modeling up some like trees. Trees of cones. So this is good exercise without instructions. For the instructions on modeling one could jump to the previous lesson, and I'll make sure that I've got nothing selected and that I will build that in a I will add here collection so I can easily separate elements. Day 8 set, I'll call it like that, and I'll make sure that whatever I put on in a scene that I drag it, I keep it in here. That helps. That way I can separate completely editing. So let's add a cone. Okay, the cursor is all the way here. Well, I maybe just take a suggestion and do go over there and edit, but it's a bit too far from the project set world origin, so I'll need to bring it closer. And I'll drag the cursor back here, and I'll make sure that the cursor like that, and select this thing, shift space to get the menu, and move G, so I can drag so I guess I'll be building this here, this part. cursor is below the, I think, ground plane. I'll just see if I can keep it somewhere in the manageable area, but not that far. I think this way I should be able to go above. Okay, this feels fine. Maybe not that far. Like that. Okay, I think I understand how the placing cursor works. It is sitting in the flat plane of exactly of the viewport, and if the view is nudged in the angle, it will travel even in depth. But if the view is aligned with the world axis, it will keep it. It will stay. It will be better, easier to position it. And G, moving this thing up to on the ground. Okay, this needs to travel up. Zooming in and out feels a little bit weird now, because actually I need to place the cursor. I think that also the zooming is somewhat in relation with the cursor. Like if it's too close, I can't go. Can I undo this section? Undo move cursor. Okay. I can't undo move cursor, but that's why there is a operation modification usually available to tweak the previous operation performed. I just want to make sure here that it's not directly in my way on the current selected object. Oh, and not too close. And like this. When the scene is more complex, there is I use on my keyboard the backslash or division key on the numerical keypad to just go into the local edit mode. So no other elements are visible, not in this mode. There are more details about this in the manual, official manual. Now I can work with this without interacting with other elements, but now I need actually this still on, because I want to be able to get the idea of relations here. I want to make sure that I'm using the select in the toolbar so I don't move the cursor again. So as long as the cursor is selecting the toolbar, I'll be just moving the cursor. And now I'm sure that I'm interacting with this. Again, shift spacebar G. Get this thing on. How does it sit in the world? And let's say, how would I make it more tree-like? Make it look more tree-like. So I'll shift space to get this menu and shortcut S. So to make it larger. I will touch this blue, that will get the base proportionally. I hope this is, and can I inspect? Okay, I guess I can check it's below and above. Z from the top, from below. Yeah, okay, this is the orthogonal from top and below. I want to see it, make sure that the proportions are proportional, that I'm doing the proportional scaling transformation. Not hit space to animate, hold shift like this. And it should be bigger, grow it bigger. And if I would just, I think this could be the case if I just stretch along axis, scale along axis, it would deform it, it will break the proportions. I still want to do everything proportional, so to operate both, scalable along both axes on the horizontal surface, I will grab the plane, and that would perform proportional scale. And I know, okay, this starts to look like the thing I want, like that, a little bit thicker tree. If I check the, and what I can also do, okay, right away now give it color. I'll give it color from the materials section from previous week. I've got already, not texture but material, I've got already I should have the, yeah, top green, like that. I'll apply that to it. And now I can clone this, duplicate this element and just cut the production line that way. Have one base asset to recreate others, to create others by duplication. I think Shift D is Shift D. Did I? Okay, I've got the second, which is stuck to the mouse, like here. Like this. They seem in order, and I thought just to put one cylinder. Cylinder for the trunk. I think that's the proper term, right? Shift space G will give me the move gizmo along this axis, closer here, and bring it above ground level. Like this. and I'll do also perform scaling, shift space S along this. This feels good. Narrow it down. And do I have a color? Oh, I have also color for this thing, the material. It should be this, yeah, brownish. I said it's tree trunk, but I thought previously that that is a not a stump, but a whatever. That was it, the trunk that it, but it's actually, I know it refers to something trunky, like in that grows out, grows up, holds the beam of a tree. How, what you call it? Am I moving it? Yeah, I'm moving it. I can just in parallel move it in here. See where I need to bring it down, 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 down. And so now it would be good to know already, for example, how to manipulate elements to have them all. Okay, I use the orthogonal from the top view and center it like this, but it would be good to know how to operate elements relationally. So I'll shift, I need to select, switch to select tool, shift space B, and click this guy, and there all three of them are clicked, so I can see that they are actually not aligned. But nothing is, in the real world, nothing is aligned. For, well, talking from an artistic perspective, depending on the desired effect, whether we want realism or maybe just something simple, cartoonish like effect in appearance. And I want shift space G to move this, but pull this out of the ground. It's a bit floaty. I'll just nudge it a little bit down and just select the bottom and shift space, select scale, extend it downwards. No, don't grow it proportionally, no. Oh, it now we will feel, in the result it feels even better. But I'm not happy with the placement in the space. It's still, everything is still going through the floor, so shift space B to enable select tool, holding shift, clicking this and this, they're all together now. I also took a look over here in the collection. Now it's visible that they're all these added elements are in the collection, separate from the rest, so they're neatly organized and grouped. Easier to manage all together. Shift space G, give me the move tool and raise this up to this level, and it's perfect. Just last bit, shift space B, deselect this thing and this thing, and I'll just move the space G. I'll just move this higher bit over here, and if I have a look, so it's three of those. Okay, I'll just then shift D while this guy is selected and get it over here. But this one will get be sized down. I'll size it downwards, scale it downwards, shift space S like this. I don't use just straightforward S because I don't want to do this type of, I'm not sure how this scaling works. Is it proportional? It depends on the perspective, so I'll undo this, let this, keep this like this. But I might just squeeze it so it's a bit narrower than the base. I guess all of them need to be narrowed down like this. Selecting that one also like this, huh? Wow, who'd say? And okay, I know, okay, I need to select that middle one and make it like this. Switch to move tool, shift space G, and pull it downwards. Wow, I never thought I'll do it. Never thought I had it in me. So, well, maybe I just here on the side, in the collection, maybe I just keep selected the day 8 set and add a new collection and call it a tree. And select all these with shift and pull it in this section. And now I might just be able to, let's say, duplicate collection and see if I can just move all this. Let's see what happens. Okay, it's duplicated, but it's not in the scene. I guess that everything is selected. So if I select this, and this, and now move it, do I have two? Yeah. Great. You see how everything can be, what do I mean to say? Speeding up the process, populating the scene. Put the tree here. Okay, I know that I want this, not this, but I know that I want with select B. I want all this to move, let's say this way, or maybe just keep it peeking from behind there. And I can also not that one, I want to duplicate this scene, so duplicate collection, and so it's the whole thing, whole shebanga. So as when the labels are orange, that means I've selected them, so I can manipulate them in the scene like this. I'll even put that there. Huh? And we need, of course, one UV. The last bit, it's the UV sphere for the, I'll click here on the day set in the collection, so when I add it, it should be in the root of the day 8 scene. I take UV sphere for the snowball, and as expected, as it should be, it appears here at the cursor point. This thing is quite large in comparison to snowman, So how big should the ball be in comparison? The snowball. And now we have also a benchmark how long it takes to model something with primitives and what the result is in working in an hour. During an hour I got the modeled a tree, but instead of rebuilding the whole tree, I cloned it. It's in a separate collection, so it's almost its own entity. Okay, the snowball needs to be smaller than the snowman's head, so I don't kill him, so I don't blow his head off just by being playful. Okay, like this. But I also want it to be visible in the scene, depending on the position. I'll hit save. So this is just creating a scene. So these are points. So as I'm looking what actually did I just do everything ahead from the rest of the tutorial? But no, tutorial doesn't go through anymore through the modeling, adding these things, so you do that on your own, and it goes straight to the working animation, building animation with the pre-made assets. And so to continue with this was a freestyling for this hour of the course, doing modeling. I check on the camera and I'll hit here. I will hit here the stream marker. I will just frame this scene like this. I should take a short break and continue with now doing the animation. You got to make something show in the. You got to have the elements to animate, actual environment built, choreographed, and then we got the scene set and we can start shooting. Roll. Stream marker set. That means doing the transition to the intermission section with this time like this type of intermission with the Commodore 64 music from the high voltage SID collection. Let's see what we have. Take my breath away. No. Next track. Thank you. Spider dance. just 1 minute. This is good. So for the tracks that are around up to 2 minutes long, it's not too harsh to, I don't know, endure that suffering even if the track is really At least it's just 2 minutes and we are rich for another experience, not like 10 minutes, something very tedious. Not too long break, going right back like this. Okay, like that. Official soundtrack for the show. Go back here. And to roll. And now to animate, use the timeline at the bottom, numbers above. Okay, create a scene. Scene is created. Snowball animation. To create animation of the snowball. Okay, we need to add keyframes. With keyframes you can tell where the snowball should be at a certain time. Place the snowball somewhere between the trees. Okay, let's see. Okay, it's a surprise attack, I guess. I'll move it like this. Move the mouse to the timeline. Okay. The timeline should be at frame 1. If it's not, you can move the blue line. Now tell the blender to remember the location. Now we tell the blender to remember the location, rotation and scale of snowball by adding keyframes. Move the mouse back to your scene to the viewport, press I and an insert keyframe menu will pop up. Local rot scale. Select local rot scale from menu. There will be a yellow diamond in frame 1. This will tell us that there is a keyframe at frame 1. Let's say we want the snowball to hit the snowman with snowball in 2 seconds. Blender by default uses 20 frames in 1 second, so 2 seconds means that the snowball should hit the snowman about at frame 48. Okay, so first frame is at the beginning. We are at frame 1. That's nice. And I come here in the viewport. I hit I and select the local rod scale. Good. And I get the diamond here showing in the timeline where my cursor is. Okay, now move. No, so this is important to properly understand this keyframing and animation. And also the steps how to implement it, the sequence for me as a beginner. This is if I do something off now, it will break, it won't work and get confusing. Other words, I don't know how would I troubleshoot it. So move to frame 48 and move the, so first do the set the frame. Okay, set the frame and do the move. Press I and select again. Okay, the second time. Okay, so move to frame 40, 44, 48. That's just about 2 seconds. And I move it to this guy. Over here, and also hit I here and that. I don't see, okay, I don't see the orange line like he has it, but here it goes. It is happening. Let's see that in slow-mo. And bullet time. Bam. Okay. I will make it at 48 frame. Like this, huh? Like this. Just about to. Just touched it. Touched him. Animate the head of the snowman. If I want. Hey. Yes, we want. Okay, now to animate 3 objects, we need to select them. 2 ways to select them. Box, select, move mouse to the head. Press B for box select and draw a box. We'll notice that all 3 objects are selected by looking at the orange border. Okay. With a shift. And shift clicking, like grouping, group adding 2 selections. So at what frame? So at frame 48. From 48. But I'll do a short delay. No, I'll do it even a frame sooner. No, can't do frame sooner. And I'll adjust the ball. Make sure it touched him. Like that. And now I'll select in this frame. Use the select. Okay, so I'll actually move the animation. And start selecting with shift all these bits, head and also this thing, the scarf. So without ball without the ball in the frame, I can move back to the 48 and add the keyframe. Again, I for the local rod scale. If you want the head to fall for half seconds, 12:24 divided by 2 frames later, move the timer. That's the blue timeline. So I might just have this. I'm not sure what are my default settings for frame rate. If it's default, like in version 28, 24 frames, then we are all set. It will be performed in the same time, in the same pace of animation, like in the tutorial. Oh, timeline, that's blue line to frame 60. Half second to fall. Okay, moving the timeline. I'll add extra 2 frames just for the kind of, I don't know, being creative. So here I just drop them, toss them down. In this frame I just toss them down. Okay. So what it says, select the move tool, move the selected head movement where you want it to be, select the rotate tool. Like this, okay. And looking from direction of that, so it will be, this there will move. Shift space G, moving it. Like they'll be tossed off this way. They will shift space rotate. They will get rotated like this. Like this, and maybe along this axis, and I'll move it, I guess, to the ground, right? Grab this thing and move it down. Okay, so now just hit I for keyframe, and that wow, that looks neat. So you can see the ball, the snowball, and it goes. I'm guessing that my frame rate is perhaps 60 frames, so it's slower. Just select everything so I can see clearly. It feels like the snowball somewhat slowed down. But hey, speed up or slow down. Why? Okay, so now changing the keyframes. If I want the head of snowman to fall off much quicker, then we need to speed it up, so we need to move the last keyframe. Select the last keyframe. Press G for grab. By moving your cursor, you can put the keyframes to another frame. If on the hill comes slower, okay, let's see my okay, let's say I want to then okay, now here's one simple challenge, and that is the B. I press B and get this selection to get these keyframes here back into scope, so I can see them. And here, with the mouse here in the area of timeline, I can press G and move that frame, keyframe, to a couple frames like this. Just by a few. And I'll also, the similar way, I'll select B, I'll select the, no. I need a selection tool, B. But it's adding to selection, okay, that's not good, so I need to, what is it? Is it Alt A, the select all, press B to bring up the select tool, just bring the ball in, Alt again, Alt A, the select all, B, and just like that, select only the snowball. And what I'll do is actually here, move the timeline. I've clicked on the orange, the first keyframe, and I'll press G so I can move it a little bit to speed everything up. Let's see. I think my also this thing, I think that the last frame is a bit too slow. I'll see, do I need to extend it? G and extend. G, extend it over here. So what's now going on? Oh, okay. Kind of better. Get the timeline here. So I got that keyframe selected. Move it a little bit like this. Okay, more. G. Just a few nudges. Almost there. This needs to be perfect. Like that. Rewind, press play. That did it. The only thing what I'll do is actually move the playhead here where it is. For this keyframe, I'll just, so in this keyframe it's already, it's very far, the snowball is too far. And the snow, then the head of snowman starts falling, so I should, in the last keyframe, I should move the snowball here and deselect all for the last frame, grab the select tool, I'll have the head needs to wait. I was quite certain that I actually get their positions good. snowball goes here. So it means that I should move the whole this sequence few frames. Okay, I can see it's not touching him actually. Maybe like this. So in a case of snowball, it needs to go further in this guy. No undo, I'll need to position this here. And in this keyframe, this needs to be here. So what's what I do now? Okay. Good as it gets at the moment. There's even more stuff happening around. Now for that's speeding up. So move the key. That's how to move the keyframe and actually do the like a time change, add or remove frames for the given change or transformation. If you want the head to come off slower, you can select a higher frame or K80. You can also delete a keyframe. Select the keyframe, press X and then select delete. So if I'm in the timeline, does the timeline have a toolbar? If I press T in the timeline, this is okay, there's no toolbar in that sense like in viewport, but allow gives other options. Okay, this was interesting, simple, but in a way gives us an insight how this is performed. Press X and then select delete. So to delete the keyframe. I have one other thing here already. Let's say junk animation that I don't want. It's the over. For example, I have a lot of keyframes for the camera. I just need to select it. Undo. Don't move the camera. Go out. Here is the camera, and if I play this. Oh, good, the camera doesn't have an animation. Okay. Good. In the manual, maybe this doesn't work in this. It's possible to animate. It's possible to move, to go into the view mode, navigation, and select navigation, select I think fly or walk navigation, and create right away, animate the camera while performing that walking. So is there a shortcut for walking is interesting because it appears like first person walking around. Navigation, so I'll go out of the camera because my camera is locked to the view I will select navigation. Is there a shortcut for that? Walk. So I need to select it now. My mouse cursor. I'm looking like in a first-person game. There is strife, so I can move through the space. Get the sense and depth. But if I want to go down, I need to look down and keep walking forward. Oh, this is interesting. So if I click left mouse button, it goes out of the walk mode. And I've hit the camera again. What I can do, I can to position more naturally, like from a human perspective, in real, let's say, get the more. Get this scene, frame this scene more, give it more realism, as if I'm in there. I can actually walk like this and see how it would look if I walk into the scene. And I'll actually also do the keyframing at the end. How this, let's say I want to, this, I need the number 8 in the scene, and left click. Okay, more dramatic look like this. I like this. And if we would play this, there's a slight delay before the snowball hits him. So it's not at the first frame in the resulting animation that I might do at the end. I'm considering taking a break right away, because this altogether did take some time, so it will be a shorter segment. Let's have a peek in the next segment. I can also open a new tab, the whole course, so we can see the thumbnails for each. No, go here. Okay, here are the thumbnails. We've done these things, and now flying snowball to fly camera. Oh, use the fly camera. So I've just actually, I don't know, I didn't check ahead in the tutorial. I just glanced the titles, but this is almost the same what I've just said, but I use the walk camera. He's saying use the fly camera. Well, let's conclude with that. So fly camera. In this tutorial we learned how to properly set and move the camera. You will learn how to use the fly mode to set camera. We will continue with your snowball and animation, shading for the viewport enabled, rendered mode. The camera, in your scene you have a camera, it looks like this. So how would I find the camera in this whole world? Oh, okay, I see the camera here. Okay, I think I see it. Camera appears as if it's selected now. If I hide it, okay. So what I need to do, I need to take the camera out and bring it out here. And now it sits on the bottom. So I keep this way. I know it's a global camera, let's say. And here it is. So I'm not looking for it. When the scene is large, small objects like camera, it would be hard to find. So I just look at the list and select it to get it. How would I jump to? How would I jump? Can I right click and let's say view, show active, no, area, toggle full screen area, no. I was hoping I could maybe just jump to it. Is there a way, let's say N, if I hit N in the viewport, view, is it possible to jump to the object? These are view focal length. In the view, they're actually perspective properties for, let's say, adjusting the perspective of the scene. And how would I jump to in the view to an object? Location, rotation, tool. If I need to select, let's say if I need to jump to an object that I have selected but it's not in my view. Mode, object, add. I'm not sure, that would be very, very practical as the scene grows, to know how to hyperspace right to the spot of the object. And what I want now is to select the camera, give me the toolbar, let's go like this. And okay, I'm looking from above. What I want to do is I want to look at from position myself. Oh, it's upside down. Okay, flip. Okay, I was playful because in your scene you have a camera, it says in the text, but hey, if it's a big scene, where is it? I can't find it. Like with the dark background now, custom background, it's even harder. You can select the camera by left or right clicking on it. If you want to see what camera sees, you can click on the icon, that's this thing. Or you can use shortcut numpad 0. Okay, yeah, okay. Numpad 0 is the button. Have a mouse cursor in the view, like this. Cool. You can also play animation, see what camera sees. Okay, move the timeline from frame 1 to 60. See, okay. I was just doing that a moment ago. It might be that you cannot see the snowball hitting the snowman through camera. If you want the camera to have a clear view of the scene, you'll need to move camera. There are several ways to move the camera. Moving the camera, you can select the camera and use move tool to move camera. Get out of the camera view by clicking again on the camera icon on the right, or press the mouse wheel and move around it. Select the camera. Move mode, select camera view and watch if your scene looks proper in the camera view. If not, repeat the above steps. Fly camera. Can make the camera fly around your scene. Select camera view. Gray accent. What's that? Is that the first key on the number row on the keyboard? And shift gray accent. So if I would go to camera, press shift Okay, let's see. Shift grave accent is okay. Yeah, it looks like it is. Okay, I'm doing it. So is that the fly camera? That's enable fly camera. So it's the first key, second row on a keyboard below the escape. And move the mouse until your scene is properly. Okay, I've done that, so I don't need to redo that. So this is in the fly mode, which it is similar to the walk. Let's see what's the difference. When I'm walking, I didn't move. So if I press Shift Grave Ascent and I try to walk, is flying any faster? It seems actually the same. It feels the same. That's what I can tell you. I don't want to ruin my framing, but I wanted just to have this in the video. And it's a WASD like in video games, first person or any 3D, other 3D. For moving, walking, let's call it. I've checked already for the framing in the scene. Render animation. Okay, I'll have this at the end, and I'll expand on the animating the camera also. Animation settings, render the animation. But I did do all this almost for each previous, at the end of each previous day stream. I've also done the rendering, but I'll just want to double check if everything is in line, like with the, maybe let's call it official workflows. So I'll hit stream marker and take a short break. And for us live here, I'll double check the audio levels. Okay, what I'll do here, I will enable the other music. No, actually, no, this scene. What is this? I will delete this, whatever it is. I've got something in the scene. Something from the from the old presentation mode, the scene collection. Here I don't need quite a few things. What would be the purpose of this? I don't know. I think what I need here is do I have a I will add let's have this gently flying in the background. Maybe just change the blend mode. Too bright. Lighten. Okay, that's neat. Where is this? log. Okay, we got even these. Oh, cool. I can bring them over here. This PNG is not showing anywhere in this scene. I don't need it. And now what I want to put here is let me check one thing. For the full screen, I got the music in the background, which is this is a VLC video source. Okay, so I'll add that so I can mix the, because the scenes don't show the audio sources that are not, that might be playing but not, it will hide it, so I don't have the mixer. I cannot fade between content. So if I add this, it will continue playing like in the previous scene. And if I get its volume over here, do this, I can go start raising this volume and get that thing lower. Have it all like this and be right back. Hey, Ainsley 231, thanks for the follow on Twitch. On Kick, no, pardon, Kick. Half an hour ago, I was quite into this. So I guess this means that I'm back, right? Yeah. In a minute. Be right back in a minute. Sound check, experiment, sound check. Okay, I'm ready to continue, as I will do. Can I do this transition? Audio tracks. And go to full screen. And we can now continue with this. So I got already familiar with this section, but I'll double check it like I mentioned a moment ago to make sure that let's say I'm on an official track, like a more formal workflow, if there is one in Blender. There is one according to the special tasks, task-oriented workflows setups. Length of video. First we need to set the length of the video. Play your animation, check at which frames at which frame the animation ends. Let's say it ends at frame 63. Let's say it ends at 63, so we need to tell Blender that animation starts at 1 and ends at 63. Change the end to 63. The timeline is now much shorter. So it's that is here in the timeline. Okay, start and end. I'll keep this, I don't know, what is this? 250 divided by, what's the frame rate? faces, time frames. Okay, I'll leave this on my settings. Animation settings. On the right you can find a printer over the output properties. Go to output and click on the folder button where to export the animation. Yes. Change file format from PNG to FMPG. So here in the section output, which is this thing, the printer icon, and I'll want to change. I'll leave it 1080p, but on the output I got the directory there. Okay, file format not PNG but FMPG, like that. Let's see next. Render the animation. Okay, there are also a few more settings like encoder, but that's cool. Even the video settings for the encoder. Which type? MPG2. We'll use the more modern keyframe interval. And now we can go to render animation. On the top here, and the computer will start rendering. Okay, what's next? Render engines. So before I to do this section, I will do some extra. I will put in the from the manual. Can I change the version? I will go in this section that I went through a few days ago in the, I think, is it editor, viewport? Navigate, okay, in section navigation, fly walk, okay, here, this section is interesting. As in this section, there is also reference to this fly and walk in for the view, and there is also a section recording camera movement. You can record the path you take by entering camera view, enabling auto keyframing in the timeline, starting animation playback, and finally activating fly walk navigation. The path will be recorded as camera keyframes, which can then be used for rendering. Animation playback can't be controlled while fly walk navigation is active, so when you're done recording you first need to exit navigation. Okay, is there a shortcut for fly? So to prepare this, so to have this going, I would go into camera mode, like I am. Maybe, so this is for version 4.2, maybe this doesn't work for this 2.8. I will give it a shot. Here is the auto keyframing. And again, the steps are, it's required that I do the steps properly. So recording the camera movement, I can record the path I take, going to camera, enabling keying in timeline, start the playback, and finally entering fly walk. So I need to go here in camera view. That's nice. Enable auto keyframing, start the playback. That would mean just hit space. And I will then enable fly walk. And I can go now walking through the scene. And I've got the keyframes added, okay. So disabled. I have disabled the exited the fly walk mode, and that also stopped the keyframing. If we just go back, we can see camera like that started going. Interesting. And I can render this for this day. Render animation. Renderer is going. Is it finished? There are quite a few frames. Let me see how the computer is handling it. GPU a bit warmed up. Not too intense. CPU not super hot. And halfway into the rendering. So this is real time live. And a few more frames, about half dozen times 10 frames. Looks like the GPU is involved in this code, and that's good. Render. Viewing frames, and we are done. That's good, that's real nice. And I can switch now to fly camera. To the actual tutorial meet of the tutorial, render animation. Okay, we've been through there. Render engines. I'll just one step back. You can go to the location of the output. Here you can find, okay, so do I have here the output? Maybe just a push a button to jump straight to the directory. Okay, so I need to go through this manually, grab that. My output is not here, it is here. I think it's C drive temp. Let's have a look. Okay, here it is. And full screen. Okay. Set it to loop. Is this full screen? Let's see the repeat and play. Repeating. Bam. Okay, I was not gentle with the moving the camera. But there it is. Neat. And now go back to this and this. Zoom in. That was the render animation. Cool. What I need to do, make sure here is that I'm out of this. What's this circle? What is this circle here? What does this circle represent? I don't know. Not sure how it came to be about with this circle. I don't mind. No. About rendering engines in this tutorial. Okay, Blender has two main render engines, Eevee and Cycles. Eevee is like a game engine, Cycle is render engine, a path tracer, and it is a bit more precise. Changing engines. If I go to render properties on the right, you can change the render engine. Okay. I can change it to Cycles. You notice with Cycles it takes much more time to render. First it becomes a bit pixelated, but slowly gets better. Cycles tries to emulate each ray of light bouncing around my scene. A bit how light works in your own house or garden. With Cycles your image looks slightly better. CPU, GPU. If you have a good graphics card, you can have Cycles use your GPU card. On the render properties on the right, you can select CPU or GPU. Select GPU. Sometimes it's faster than CPU. So over here, render is this. It's a render. Right, this thingy. The engine. Let's say I change the Cycles. That works like this, slower. And for Cycles, if I select Eevee, but this is Eevee. Okay. And for Cycles, we get this, and GPU. And I have a property use shading. Feature set supported. Feature set, okay, supported. So if I'm moving the scene, it's working each second. Each scene change, it is working through it. And if I check. So what I can see, if I'm changing, I can see it's no load here on GPU temperature. So I know that my AMD Radeon is not included under this set of. It's not supported for these Cycles. It's not NVIDIA. For the feature set. And it's grayed out on the device. So if I click the open shading language. I can see it's using more CPU as the CPU temperature is rising. Okay. I will leave out that and zoom back in. Renderer. To render your image, select renderer. Render image from the top menu. Okay, you will notice that a new window opens. It can create quite a long time to render image using cycles. However, quality can be better. Set device to CPU, render image. Then set the device to GPU, render image again. Which one is faster? Okay. Introduction to 3D. I will just go back here to the root of all this and see where am I. So we are in the modeling section now. We passed the beginner stage, beginner tutorials. We are in the section modeling. Introduction to 3D. I'll have a glance through it. Real life, we have a three-dimensional world. Okay, so Z axis is vertical, X pointing towards us, while in Godot is the Z axis is pointing towards us, while Y axis is horizontal, vertical. Points, edges, triangles and meshes. I'll leave this so we know just the terminology. So elements like most basic elements, triangles and meshes, points, edges. We can define a single point or vertex is commonly used in 3D graphics or even maybe even in 2D. Cartesian coordinate system XYZ. A point is not very useful as you probably wouldn't be able to see it. It's very small. But when joining vertices you can form a line or edge. By joining lines you can create a triangle or a face. By joining multiple faces you can create a shape or model. So this is important to understand the logic, philosophy, a descriptive language, let's say, basics. Why is the triangle important? Because computers, especially computer graphics, use the triangle as the basic shape. A rectangle is simple two triangles, right-angled triangles, arranged side by side. A ball or a sphere is made of tiny triangles or facelets arranged into a ball shape. Okay. Modeling is process of creating and rearranging vertices, edges and faces, thus creating a mesh. It's worth noting that models in general have no volumes, so they are hollow from inside. That's good to know. Animation is context. Animation in this context is the process of creating the illusion of motion and change by rapidly displaying a sequence of static images with minimal difference from one to each other. Flip book. It makes things change over time. To set up animation you create keyframes and snapshots that store specific value pertaining to the animation, and tool like Blender automatically interpolates in between those values to create a smooth transition. Camera. When you start an animation or a game, you watch to play the animation or game through a predetermined camera. Camera is not fixed but moves along the scene, or in a case of a game, can react to player's input. A game basically takes the existing 3D assets and attaches logic to them so that these 3D objects know how to respond to events. Logic can be in form of logic bricks. Okay. which can be user input scripts, which can extend the functionality of logic bricks or with physical properties of an object, for example, rigid body settings that makes an object tumble and fall realistically. So those are the rigid bodies. A game engine consists of many distinct components. Below are some main components. Rendering engine renders the 3D scene that you have created, including models, lights and cameras. Physics for calculating collisions and physical simulations of objects. Logic of scripting makes decision based upon user input. Keep track of what is going on in the game. Sound for sound events. Okay, basic transform. In computer graphics there are 3 basic transform. Translation, moving an object from one position to another. Scaling, resizing. Rotation. Okay, normals. A surface normal or normal to a surface at a certain point is where the vector that is perpendicular to the tangent plane to the surface face to that surface at the certain point. A surface normal or normal to a surface at a certain point is the vector that is perpendicular to the tangent plane, so that surface at the certain point. I'll repeat. A surface normal is the vector that is perpendicular to the tangent plane to that surface at a certain point. Let me think this in. Is the vector that is perpendicular to the tangent plane to that surface at a certain point. Normals are often used for shading computations of a surface. Ideally, all the normals for a mesh should be pointing outwards. Okay. Wrongly oriented normals can cause the mesh to show up as black or invisible. Well, what I understand, those normals are from analytical geometry, that geometry as in the but geometry in a sense, the one that can be calculated. So normals, I'm expecting that normals are used to analytically, mathematically calculate and do the evaluations of one face of or a surface relations, because computer cannot visually see, inspect. It uses the points, vertices to calculate the relations between them, and that's where the trigonomical calculations go into place to calculate relations, like make sure if their geometry elements are, what are the relations between, are they perpendicular to each other, calculate how much of the right angle are there in between, and so on. And that allows us to manipulate and use modeling tools. All the data about geometry is not stored as a visual construct, but actually mathematical. In relation to the, let's say, 0 starting point of the coordinate system for a given scene or geometry set. Materials and textures. So this is important to have like these concepts broken down. Camera, game, basic, transforms, normals, materials and textures. So this is the step where the Blender or any other 3D tool becomes more complex because the materials like is something and texture something we take for granted, but it's a important workflow step in production pipeline, but it's a science on its own. It is a little bit abstract because the tools change, tool set to do texturing and materials change from modeling into going into texturing and applying materials to calculate optical properties like interaction, light and material, like physical properties. To modify the color and appearance of a shape, you'll need to apply materials. With materials, you can control the color, shininess, bumpiness, and transparency. Sometimes changing the color or shininess is not enough. You want to add more detail to the object to make it even more realistic. That's where texturing comes in. It's a technique to add color and detail to a mesh by wrapping the mesh with an image like a decal, okay? The projection of a 2D image, a texture map, onto a 3D mesh is called texture mapping. Texture mapping can be performed automatically using one of the predefined projections. Texture mapping can be done automatically or manually, which uses UV layout to map the 2D image onto the 3D mesh. So this is important to like underline, highlight UV mesh layout, which is a dedicated workspace and workflow in Blender to achieve perfect results. A texture not only changes the color of surface but can alter their other properties as well, like transparency, reflectivity and bumpiness, to create the illusion of a much more detailed surface. Besides texture map, there is also a diffuse map, normal map and a specular map. With a diffuse map you can control the color. Diffuse map controls the color. With a normal map you can control the normal of an object's surface, creating a bumpy effect by changing the way the light is reflected off the object. So that is a normal map. With a specular map you can control the specular reflections of an object, making it look shiny at some places and dull in others. Lights. With light we can see things, otherwise it will be dark. With lights comes shadow as well. In most 3D tools there are several different types of light. A spot, sun lamp, hemi lamp and an area lamp. With good lighting you can highlight certain details or areas of your scene while hiding irrelevant areas. By placing your light properly you can also add drama and realism to a scene, making a boring scene look visually exciting. In Blender a light source is seen as a regular object that you put and position in your scene. In this tutorial you will learn how to model a maze from basic shapes. Watch the video. Okay. Viewport shading. Enable the rendered mode. Divide. We'll be using a plane for our maze. Remove the cube, add a plane, scale the plane using the shortcut and make it much bigger. Now we need to divide the plane into smaller faces. Okay, I like it. So I'll keep using this. So this is the good moment when we don't remove, when I don't do the what it said, but I do actually take a short break, quick short break, and to dive into this, because this will be a bit more elaborate and interesting. Super short breakity break coming up right now. With this scene on. I guess that I've decided to change the resulting, the final framing of the scene for this day 8 at the end. Let me just, before continuing, check the audio. Okay, we got it. Dialing down this and bringing back the official soundtrack. And I can switch to full screen to continue. Well, forgive my poor manners having the cigarette sticking, but it's just virtual. It's nothing for real over there and poking the face all the time. But that's because it's my home. My home. I can do what I want. And with that said, let's continue. We are in the stage, like I've said, this is modeling section for this tutorial document. We're past the beginner, closing it with the rendering and animation rendering and renderers. But also the beginners. At the beginner level, just to find our way through the user interface or the Blender application. And now here I'm supposed to, we are building something more elaborate. So this is now modeling section, and I've been told to put a plane. And I'm still using, and I'll be using the same full scene, but I'll maybe now build a world around, doing the modeling and the basic operations, modeling operations. So it means changing the meshes. Do the transforms, and with this finished, I'll close the session, do the recapitulation and so on. Add a plane, select it using S and make it bigger, scale it with S and make it bigger. Of course, the plane will appear at the cursor position, so it's a mesh plane, and if I move to the position of the cursor to grab that plane, what needs to happen here, there'll be a lot going on here, but for the first an initial step, let's get it in position, shift space to it will open this menu, and I'll select the transform, I'll select the scale with S, and I'll just stretch this thing. Okay, I've got it somewhere where I want it already, so I'll I'll scale it the other way. Can I scale it any further? Maybe this way? Okay, this way. And I want it to act as a floor to my world. Some parts of my world are quite far from end to end. There are houses and like a street over there. And shift space, give me G, a move tool. Move it along here. Actually, I'll move it from here because of the direction. I'll be scaling it even more. Again, space, shift space bar. Now S, and scale it like this. Shift space bar G, and now move it here. But it's cutting through everything, so I need to get it to the ground level. And go in the frame 1. So everything is sitting on this fine floor of ours. I can even make a more precise positioning. If I say item Y, Z, X, and just say for the location, say 0. So it's at the, let's say, ground level of the world. Elevation. So I can now keep the reference to the plane that's in the scene. Where's the ground? But like a moment ago, I've decided to change the framing for this time this way. I'll have it like this. Cool. It's growing into a city with characters doing some of their fakey stuff over there. And I might need to reposition my camera. Will I be doing that? Maybe no, maybe rather no, maybe rather not. I've already done the keyframing. It's not too complex, but it's not that it is a time waster, it's a good exercise. But for the sake of efficiency, I'll just redo this. Okay, one undo, second undo, and move this. Give me more room over here. Or no, let's say like this. So, like this. There are houses over there. Scale. Give me more of plane this way. And now back to move, and move it over here like this. Give me more room over here in this area. And this space B, select this thing and shift space R to rotate it back as it was originally, because I'll keep the frame from this, keep the resulting renderer from this view. Okay, that was the first step here. Now we need to divide the plane into smaller faces. Go to smaller or get more individual faces, but proportionally. Go to Edit, select Edge Subdivide. In the lower left corner you'll see the Subdivide menu. Set the number of cuts to 12. Go to Faces, select, and select some faces that you want to extrude. Okay, this is interesting. You can hold down Control to select multiple faces. Hold down Shift to select a single face, for example, like that, looking from above. So I need to switch to Edit mode with this plane selected, and select Edge Subdivide, select Edge Subdivide. And do I have a menu? Is that this thing? Number of cuts 12. Click in there, 12. These are the divisions. Okay, cool. And with that, I've got the faces select already on. Over here, that is the select mode, let's say. Or go to click on a face, say select, no, say extrude. Go to face select, select some faces that you want to extrude with the control. So extrude face, that's operation, going to operation right away. So I want to first select some of these, and maybe, well, I'll even do more complex operation here. I'll say give me 24 higher fidelity, so it's not too blocky, super blocky. And I'll start selecting now, for example, control, select face, yeah, select all, none, box, check. Face, select face, okay, I click on it and then click on it and now hold control. I'm adding to this selection, and the tutorial is creating a maze, but I'll use this to create a hedges around. No, undo this. Okay, with control it connects, control and selecting faces connects the faces, the selection like a continuous. I'll hold shift and keep selecting individual faces. Let's say I'll leave behind the house. Okay, I can select this one. No, I will actually not select that one to leave some leeway around the room, around the house. And I hope this will create a nice hedge. I'll get the nice hedge around the houses for the parts of the scene that will be visible in the final render. I'll I'll say that this is enough, maybe just in front of the house 1 and 2 like this. Okay, and now for extrusion, let's see. Once you have selected the faces, you can pull them up, select face, extrude faces, or use the E key. So I'll right away, that would be face, extrude, but I will actually right away just press E, position the cursor first, close to the face, and press E, and now from there where my cursor is, I'm pulling this not too much, so the scene assets are not abstracted like this. And if I would jump to the camera, no, jump out of the camera, can I see that everything is, there are no, so that nothing is, let's say, protruding from one to another. I see one problem here, and that is go out of the edit mode, object mode. I need to fix this guy. It's sticking too deep here into the tree. If I click, I'll place the cursor where the object is, and I'll press G so I can move it. No, it's moving also the plane. So select, undo, don't move it like that. Alt A, select none, and now I might just use the collection manager, but the scene is still not super complex. And now I'll use the G to move this thing over here, let's say. And it's now flying in the air, so control space for more precision plate movement, and just bring it back down to the floor. Like that. Nice, cool. And now I don't see the text, so it needs to go along this plane here. Camera, where is, okay, here's the, no, here's the camera. Oh, here is the camera. So if I just zoom in along the way, I'll get to the approximately same what the camera sees. So I can see that I'll select that, yes, and move it like this. Like this, and press R and just rotate it. Not like that. Move it up. So it's very close. I'll actually push it behind. Push it behind and shift space bar R and have it like this, swiveled, and then shift space bar G, like this, little bit like this. Maybe it will take some rotation. Shift R, no, shift space bar R, and along the blue rotate it like this. Perfect. Stop it, don't do anything else. Control A, back to the Alt A to deselect everything so I know exactly what I'm doing. Select extrude faces, go to object mode, back to this, so select the plane. And okay, so I see that my plane is in the collection. I'll just drag it in the main outside of the one collection I want to be at. For the moment I want to have these like global elements in the root collection, scene collection, like this here. And so to color the maze, go to object, go to material, add a material and select a nice color for your maze. So what would be the base color, like ground, maybe more dry, city, ground, dirt. And then for the extruded bits, I'll give it different color. I'm in the object mode and use the materials. Material, yeah. I'll add new, so it's let's say city, ground, dry, dirt. Let's say this is a bit outside of the main city center, so it's a ground dirt available lying down there. Different color mode, that's it. Go to the material tab, add new material and select a nice color. Assign the color to the selected faces by pressing assign. Okay. Okay, so that would be ground dirt over there, but not everything will be the same. Hold control to holding the control, maybe more yellowish in the yellowish section, orange yellowish. This is close, but like dry dirt ground, but I'll also change its not too dark, not too bright, like this bit, not super dried out, almost like a clay, but ochre. I'll leave it for that for now. So actually the tutorial is finished right away, but I want, can I go to edit mode and change the hedge that I've created? So if I go to edit mode and see if I can work out the selection. So I've got the face is selected, and select all non-invert one. This will be a little bit tedious, let's say, but I'll give it a shot. Maybe I should first start with green, like grassy, and then everything grown out. So yeah, I'll do that, because there are still quite a few bits that we need to learn to do this operation. Few parts. And out in the object mode, I'll actually create another material I'll remove this from this. Is it in the list still? Yeah, it is. So I'll add new and say let's say dead grass. Dead grass, and on top of that I'll build out the more urban style for the other stuff. So I'm not sure would that require adding completely new elements. I'm again holding control and selecting the color for better control of color spectrum that I'll be using, like controlling the palette. This is not so, that looks like more wintry, wet, moist, but it gives good shade on the vertical faces for the hedges. So my guess is that I might just select faces that I want to paint or apply material like paths and roads. So that's why I did it back this way, as I got already raised the hedge, and now it consists also of vertical faces, and that makes it more, gives it more elements to control individually, to paint individually. So I don't want to waste time at this moment for painting in detail. And that is the whole. That's all. A chair. Modeling a kitchen chair. Okay, go to renderer mode, start the struts for the back of the chair. We're gonna use the cube to create the struts of a chair. Scale the cube, making it a much thinner, like a strut on the back of a chair. You can use shortcut S plus X to scale along axis, and these are interesting now, shortcuts that really help with dealing with primitives, how to get them in shape. We need to create we need to create some cuts. Okay, this is interesting. So that will be a lean. So what would I do? Where would I put the chair? Like standing outside in the scene, but visible. Maybe like in front of this house. So if I, let's say, place a cursor here and say add a cube and move the cursor there, grab a select tool, the cube is still selected, that is good. Shift spacebar G, get it above the ground, and so SX, XY and XZ, like make it flat. So I want to make it flat, like not on the Z axis, but flat like it depends what are the next steps, what's the method of modeling this from the tutorial. So if I want to, is it shift? No, it's just S, X, Y and Z. So if I look at the here gizmo for the world, that means if I press S, Y, I got this scaling. So I'll make it flat like this, and I'll make it a bit narrower. So it would be S, X, like this. So And if it is a back of a chair, maybe I just, or anything else, maybe I just move it. It's a bit too thick, so again, SY, like this. This feels like good proportions for this world. And it seems it's above the ground level, that's good. Maybe just sticking above the, more above the hedge, like a larger yard chair, garden chair, SZ, so to scale it vertically, or like this. I'm not sure that does this include this tutorial include building chair out of this part, or adding more elements, or just using the initial cube to build it whole out. Create some cuts, go to edit mode, select the loop cut. This is interesting and important. Loop cut tool. Go to edit mode. I'll have it here, go to edit mode, select loop cut. Where would that be? Is that, where is that? Go to edit, select the loop cut from the left menu. What would be the left menu? Is that mesh? Loop cut, is that in the mesh section, left menu? What would be the left menu? Is that in the toolbar? Faces. Okay, loop cut is in the toolbar. Okay, there's a tool, loop cut, cool. Oh, like it says, left menu, referring to the toolbar. Move the mouse towards the cube. You will notice that you can chop the cube. So, strut, is that the feet? Are those the feet of the chair? So what's the modeling happening here? Okay. Okay, so I see what I need to do here. I see, so before that, back to the object mode, do some more scaling, so that will be S X. I'll have it wider, like this, and then model it accordingly. I want to be able to see the thickness. Okay, I need not wider. It needs to go narrower. Okay, so XZ SX, not Z, SX, like this. Yeah. And now I can go to edit mode, and here do the intended suggested thing. So loop cut, place the cursor, and how does this go? Chop the cube in half by clicking with left mouse button. Okay. What I'll do, the loop cut is interactive and it reacts to the faces. And here I have only, okay, if I touch the top face, it shows cutting vertically along vertical or z-axis, or horizontally when I'm around the center. Those are the interactions that are, or let's say like a vertical sideways cut. That probably, so that's the interactive part of this tool. That's important to see because it allows me to do this as depending where I point. So chop it in half, left click, it's chopped in half. Ooh. And I can't zoom more. It doesn't allow me to zoom like in a less smaller step. Can I change that? Okay, I hold click on the zoom, hold mouse button and zoom smoothly. Okay. So no. I'm not using the cut tool. Don't click anywhere and with the mouse button. Can I cancel this? So I just want to position properly to be able to edit this. So it's more, so I get a more plastic view of this element. I like this. So I can control and reach all the 3D faces. So if you move the mouse, you can create more cuts. You can also use the loop cut and slide menu in the bottom left. Cut and slide. Set the number of cuts to 3. Okay. Create another cut at the top. Cut and slide. At the bottom left. So, okay, this is cut and slide. Okay, 3 like that. And number of cuts 3. Create another cut at the top. If you click and keep the mouse pressed, you can move the cut by moving the mouse. Okay, so one here and move the cut, but where? Now we can create another stride by copying. Okay. So if I'm here, it shows me the cut here, but if I click and hold, okay, I can place it. Okay, I say place it there and it's applied. Cut is there. Go to object mode and copy this. Control J, okay, in the object mode. Interesting. So in the object mode, I can create a copy and a duplicate. So object mode, move it here, a little bit backwards, more to this side. Okay, so Control C, Control Y, it's there, and I guess, why would I join it? Let's say I keep it in place, so I'm not moved. It's there. Okay, I'll move it. So select both threads. Would this be good? Like this. And select both. Then press Ctrl J to join them. Ctrl J. Okay, I guess they are now the one thing, one and the same thing. But they are not geometrically joined, just like even visually separate, they are same object. That's what I'm guessing that now happened. They are joined and part of same object. The back of the chair. To create the back of the chair, we need to connect the faces of two struts. Go to edit, go to face, select the top face, the face top, I guess in between. Okay, select top face and delete. So in the edit mode, top face. Okay, I got the faces both selected. Select this X, delete, select faces. Okay, so that face is gone. Select the face on top. That's like a higher, not top, but higher, let's say. So I'll press X and select delete face as a one of the delete operations available. Do the same for both. Now we need to join the two empty spaces. Go to edge, select an edge of the empty space, select the same edge in the opposite strut, press F and the face is added. Add another face on top. Now we have three edges. Now you have to select three edges. So okay, so if I select these two of these, should I zoom in closer? And position like this. So face select, not face, the edge select this edge. Hold shift, select this edge. So if I would press F, it will add a face. So if I check the face menu, insert face, what is the F? Fill, is that fill? No. Insert face, no, escape, cancel that. So what would be that as a last operation if I can track and the status? So F, if I check edit, undo, or undo history, what would that operation be? Just toggling edit mode. What is this operation? Edge mesh, is it mesh operation? E, I don't see the F. Face data, it's not the Alt F, but it could be F. Fill the selected edge, loop with faces. So in general this tutorial is great, but some of these parts are like kind of trying to turn loose, speeding up, just referring to shortcuts, but that's not good. There should be a option to clearly be selectable from the user interface, not just hitting okay. It's a vertex. This is vertex operation, new edge face, okay, from vertices. So that's where this comes from, that F shortcut, adding this thing. Okay, add another face on top. Okay, so I've got still edges selected. And how do I just do the same? Can I switch the object mode and just change the view back? This is behind. Is this behind? Yeah, I was hoping to get behind it a little bit. Can I get closer, please? Can't get closer. Ah, well, then I'll just go to local. Can I go to local? Like this. And check in the edit mode what's my orientation. Okay, so I'm at the back here. Okay, that's cool. So select, add another face on top. So do I select? So I'll select this thing, add another face on top. Now I have to select 3 edges. Okay, I guess, okay, I understand. So select this edge on the newly created face with shift, and this one here shift. So, and now I in the vertex shortcut F, new edge from face, like this. So we got that, cool. And then add a face. In the same way, add 2 more faces, creating brackets. Create another backrest. Add 2 more faces, creating a backrest. Okay. So I'm guessing if I would close this, do I close this or just leave it like this? It will be hollow. Do I enclose this? Select this. Close this. This. And press F. That would give me that. And if I peek from below and select this one, in a group selection. Again, press this, add that. And for the backrest, it would be a bottom here, okay. The seat, okay, now we're in the section for the seat. Do I also face select? I guess I select create a the same way. For the boat, the same way, hollow it out. Let's say remove the face and then press X, say faces. And now I'll go from the top, go into the edge select, get that one, shift that, press F, select this one and then that one, and this one, and press F. And to close this, shift this edge, F. And I understand this logic completely, and if you don't up to this point, I don't know, this is required figuring this, all this out, understanding what's going on. You probably wouldn't be able to effectively follow this through. So I'll just, for the sake of demonstration, what's exactly going, it's the vertex menu, adding a face between these points to close this. And now for the seat, that was the strut, I guess, chair strut, okay. You can create the seat by extruding 3 faces at the front. Press C to extrude and pull out the 3 faces. Okay, so select this, but go to the face select mode. Hold Shift and press E. Only thing that I'll do, I'll go out of the view a little bit so I can see more plasticky like this. Perfect. The legs, to create the legs at the back, we can extrude 2 faces underneath. To create the legs at the front, we need to create a cut, understand. So I'll do first I'll do the cut. Okay, so loop cut, create a cut. So I'll extrude all 4 legs, but first I'll create a cut. So for at the front, so how this works? To cut in the front of the seat, click and keep the mouse pressed. To create legs in the front, we need to create a cut. To create a cut in front of the seat, click and keep the mouse. So, do I need to change the mode? Face select. It depends on the tool. I'll try this loop cut here. Okay, so I select this cut, but hold the mouse and I can move it here like squarey. Actually no, they are more like prismatic than perfect squares, like this. The cut is made. create a cut in front, keep the mouse pressed, then move cut to the front. Select the select tool, go to faces and two faces in front for the legs, press C to extrude. How does chair look like? Very nice. And this will be the end for this part. I will not do the... Okay, how about I do this, let's say I... Not the extrusion, how can I flatten this thing just in this section? How would I do the opposite? Because it's extruded quite thick. I know, I'll create a cut here, like where it is. And I'll use the face select and take a select tool. Pardon. Select, and now I can remove this face, X, face. We don't need this. Face. We don't need this face, X, face. But I need to add an edge, so I opened up the chair. And I wanted to do something else, but I'm still on it, so X remove. Face. Face. Okay, I can select multiple, yeah. Shift. Just so I'm on the track with the plasticity. So I'm missing now faces. And this is what I might do. I might just do this, clear out this whole thing. Cuts are good, I'm just not sure how it will... I think I know what I'll do. Can I add on this edge? So for the chair legs, I'll do the chair legs extrusion right away. Yeah, it's upside down, but hey, don't tell anybody. So not too high. Press E, get the mouse close to this, press E, extrude. Like this. But what I want to do now, I want to fill the gaps and... But in my case, I got an X section, too big of a section. And his chair in the end is modeled differently. While we see that it has a thick seat, I wanted to do similar result, like a slim seat, chair's seat. And now I get this. But with far... Okay, so I'll just fix my chair by closing faces. What parts do I need to close? I need to close edge select, close this and this and this and this. That would be F. Okay, then it's not that. I'm missing more edges, so if I would okay, so this is the playful part, freestyling. Select, I don't know, select, I think this. Can I just do this thing and say, just delete it? What if I do this? Okay, that will do the break quite a bit. So delete, pressing delete says so faces. Okay, so can I select? As a matter of fact, I want to select all this and remove it. Faces. Like that. And I'll just try to do a simple extrusion. Faces. So if I would now do... So what I can do, I can with select tool, select edge, shift, select these 4 edges, fill this, and here fill this. This kind of logic reasoning goes, this is what goes to modeling in 3D and solving these problems. And now if I want to create a, let's say, I want to create a seat, a slimmer seat. Not that thick one, I will extrude whole this thing. But I want it to be closed. And modeling from the same bit. So I press E for the extrusion. Like this. Okay, this is like nice slim. That's good, I like it. And now to finish the chair I select these faces and extrude, get the chair. Where's my top? When did I delete the top? Okay, so extrude the legs to the ground, I guess. No, not doing that. Not. I'll press the middle mouse button and did something weird. No, escape. Extrude what I've selected. I was hoping to rotate because this panel is in my way. So go close to the edge, to this. And like this. Unnatural, too tall. More natural like this, more naturalistic. That is good. And to fix this thing that I don't know how did I made this. So to fix this I need to select edge and select this edge, this edge, this edge, and this edge, and all these edges. And I'm hoping that when I press S, this will be perfectly closed. That's how I understand it. That was like the beginner to higher, lower, intermediate level problem solving in modeling, but with primitives, no curves, no spatial curves, no extrusions, intrusions, like using a modeling brush. This is just mesh, like orthogonal mesh manipulation, no planar surface. And what's obvious, well, this is part of modeling that in result doesn't matter, because the rendering doesn't show the wireframe, doesn't reveal the wireframe. This scene is like a forensic scene. There is a snowman wrecked lying on the ground. Let's rewind and hide the evidence. And obviously my chair needs to go shift spacebar G, like sit on the ground level. And if I check the camera view, okay, it's not in the frame. So what I do, shift grave accent, the first key in the second row, and see if I can find the position where you can see everything, how everything occurs. I will need to go quite a bit back, step back like this. And click left mouse button to go out of the walk, fly, numpad key 0 to go out of the camera. But I'll just do flip the chair around, right? So shift spacebar R for rotation, and I guess around blue I can get it. I don't want it to move around 3D space too much. Where am I now? Okay. Escape. Okay, so I've rotated that way, shift spacebar G, come back here and maybe pull it out, check with the camera, yeah, that's nice. I can position the chair with the camera, but without changing camera. Press Z, move it along the plane. Like this. Ta-da! If I hit play, what will be going on? Okay, I see what I need to do. I need to position for the resulting animation. I need to position the chair actually over here. And shift space rotate, turn it around like somebody's actually watching. And if I go to the camera, yep, and if I play the animation in the camera, Alt A the select tool, so I don't look at the gizmo in the animation. So somebody was sitting there and throw the snowball. Okay, cool, and that's it. Let me know what you think. I'm hitting a stream marker and go to the recapitulation. Also, well, let's render this. Oh no, not ready yet. I need to position this thing, shift space G, and get the title in position like this. But it might go further in the background because it won't be visible. Like this. So if I double check, go out of the camera like this. Yeah, I can even move it now this way, and with shift space R do some rotation like this, and along this line, back, like this. So, and I can go move it shift space G upwards. I'd say perfect. Alt A deselect all and hit this thing. Perfect. Stop the animation. And people watching the recapitulation, I go in the renderer. It's day 8. This is all learned in 8 days. We are waiting for this renderer to finish. I zoom out, and you can find out in this episode about keyframing, animating also the camera view, as you will see in the end video. And this is all going through the, well, few previous lessons, but past day 6, day 7, day 8, I found finally the tutorial that is a written form, and it looks like this. It has a beginner section, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 lessons to the modeling. It took 7 hours, efficient 8 hours to come through the beginner section into the modeling and do 3 lessons from modeling to get this result. I had some experience from previous experiments I was doing and reading the manual. Rendering is almost done, so it's very good even for 2.8. This is the b3d101.org. You'll find all details on my website article. The video recapitulation of this stream will point over there, or just grab the link URL for my website from the channel profile, about section, or wherever it is where you're watching. And if this is the main page, like a catalog. If I hit next, it will show actually the even subsections for each lesson, so you can jump into part to the subtitle that describes the more specific bit. And that helped me put working with some other tutorial that didn't help me how to put the world background. I found the subtitle here to jump straight to the background bit. That's why now this project file, Blender file, has also for past few days also like a world background. And for the result, if I If we check the video, here we can see it. I can close both of these things, save the Blender, and let's check the video. And Mali ready signing out. Is it on the loop? Repeat. I'm your host, who loves you most. Stay safe, stay good. We'll be learning more. Next thing should be Godot, switching each day, little bit of one, little bit of the other. So in a more general breakdown of all up to day 8 learned interface, basic modeling, moving in the viewport, adding objects, arranging them, like exercising, transformation, basic, moving around, scaling them. Simple. I also introduced right away on my own the managing collections for the scene. That's why I can manage this bigger scene like this with more elements. But important thing is I know now how to, like, simple material supply, like colors, just for now colors, no specialization of materials. Animate, do the extrusions from just a simple mesh, a plane, almost just two-dimensional. Do the basic in edit mode. So up to the 1 point, learning user interface is, let's say, object mode in the Blender editor, and then the edit mode is a step into the modeling where you can learn how to manipulate the individual parts, bits of more simple geometry elements, objects, and the meshes. And that's I don't know, I don't want to pile up anymore into this sentence. Signing out, switching to the outro, and thanks for watching. Yeah, I need to point out there'll be some stuff changing for live streaming, and I'll be taking I need to go through the migration of the workflow for multi-streaming. I need to I can't stream with the service anymore. I'll need to do some tinkering about, so there'll be a gaps between sessions of streaming. I want to continue still multi-streaming, but I need to figure out another way with how to incorporate different type of service, as I won't be able to stream directly to 5 stream targets. So I'll put more emphasis on the continuing to keep the schedule of new learn alongs rather than the distribution, in a sense, how many platforms. So I'll probably be available live at least on Twitch, YouTube, or Twitch and other platform, because I can always just export from Twitch to YouTube, so I don't need that saves me time to upload, because it's possible to export service to service Twitch videos, but for other services I would need to upload manual, and that takes time and it's tedious. And I also want to put some effort and work into making the, well, pimping up the articles on the website, like with featured images, illustrations. So I would like also to do that workflow live, because I think I have something interesting to show. How to simplify the workflow, like make it on multiple platforms in for other types of media looks more seamless, and also learn live, like find out what are the important elements and purpose of thumbnail. There is already a standard, but just outsource some, but I'm on here, I do it, learn my own, not invent hot water again, reinvent the wheel, just see what, from my perspective, what I like it in thumbnails and what I don't like in thumbnails. What would be the use case? What's their efficient use case? That's the thing. So there we know. There are a few things. I would also like to start with Godot. In Godot, I would like to start actual development, not just going reading, but in the learning process for the learning next lessons, I'll keep the scope. I will move scope back to 2D section. I'll not go, I'll finish the 3D that I started, but I'll move the scope of learning Godot back to 2D, so I don't spread myself thin with all that. And now, with that said, back to the, of course, the famous outro sequence. There we go. Thanks for stopping by. I'll be ready signing out, your host, who loves you most. Yeah, even you. You're too included. We're not going anywhere without you. Bye.